Okay, cool. All right, we are live here, so we'll get going. It's cool to see that there's already some people in the chat, which is awesome. Alrighty here. So we are live doing some reading sprints today. Very excited, very weary. We'll see how things go, but I am very fortunate to be joined by two amazing human beings. We have Maddie over here. Maddie in the house.
Hi.
We also have Brooklyn.
The Queen's wave.
I love it. I love it. So yeah, that's the whole point of today. We have the Shining sprints. I have like my little impromptu, whenever I kind of want to do it, horror book club, where the basic foundation of like how I select things is like on a whim based off of people's interests, my own obviously, and then I have people just kind of based off their interests join me. So thank you too for making time for that. And the whole idea is that it's books that have film adaptations that are like really important to the genre, like foundational stuff. So that's kind of how I select things. And it's just like super random. But I'd love if people who are here, let us know in the chat what you're doing, what you're up to, even if you're not reading The Shining, totally cool. Because it is a foundational text that I'm sure people have thoughts on, which I wanted us to get into as well. So I'll show our first question here, but then I think I wanted just to say hi to peeps in the chat first, because you have some people that are hanging out with us today, some new faces, some otherwise. We got Vanessa over here, the queen of live streaming. Hello, hello. About to wrap up her sprint, so I'll join you when done. Yay! I know it's I was gonna say June. It's January 2nd, so lots of exciting energy over here.
Oh, true.
I know. I know you're like clinging on to your health. I love it. Hello, Liz. Just finished my reread of the novel this morning and getting ready to rewatch Room 237. I think that's a short story a short story. Are you guys familiar with Room 237?
No. I don't think I've ever heard of it.
My suspicion is that it is a short story of his that I've had somebody recommend to me. That's how I know it. About a hotel.
Oh, I see it's a movie as well.
Okay. Surprise, surprise with his stuff. I love hotel horror, so I feel like I'd get to that if it's the one I'm thinking. Hello, Jess, hopping over from Vanessa Sprint. Super excited to join. Yes, welcome. Lena, hello, Lena. Just started the novel today and I'm unable to put it down so far. Okay, we need that energy. Thank you for bringing that in.
Yes.
We need it. Hello, Alicia. Happy New Year. Got Andy in the house, a returner. Hope y'all are doing well. Happy New Year. I won't be able to stay the whole time because of work, but I can't wait to hear what you'll have to say. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate that. I think this would be a good time just to pause and kind of talk a little bit just generally about our reading taste. So like Maddie, for example, like what's your wheelhouse these days for books?
So, I mean, it's funny you say that because I feel like last year I focused a lot on horror. That's my favorite genre, hence joining the Shining read along. And this year I'm actually trying to focus more on like more lit fic and like weird fic. So I'm trying to dive in that. Also dipping my toe more into fantasy. So I'm mostly horror, but I'm starting to branch out a lot more. So that's kind of where my reading tastes are.
Awesome. I like that weird. Stuff can get really weird.
Oh, yeah. Especially in this one, for sure.
I love it. Brooklyn, what about yourself?
I was going to say the same thing, but not the same. I don't know. So I love, obviously, horror. I feel like that's what brought us together. And mystery, thriller, and romance. I actually like romance quite a bit, but I had to take a break from it because of all the romances I was reading lately were not it for me. So I had to take a break from that. What else? I really like the fever dream type of spiraling. Those are my favorite books to read. And especially like when the main character is like a lady who is just so wrong, but her character is so right. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Yes, those are my
Absolutely.
absolute favorites.
I love that. That reminds me of like Michaela's recent video where she talked about like all these books. Like if it's like blurb as being like a hallucinatory dream or whatever, she's like, "Yep, I'm gonna buy that. That sounds
Yeah.
like you."
Exactly that.
Okay, cool. So it's good to know like where our wheelhouses are. So then like when we're reading this book, we'll know where we're coming from. Hello, excited to follow you through your journey through this book for the first time. I know, what an adventure. I'd be curious if you've read this one before. Already read The Shining this winter, so I'll be reading Lost Gods by Brahm. Ooh, Brahm has more. I've never heard of this one. Okay, good. I'm excited. I'm really happy to see this. I need this. I need this. Gonna be reading more of Ruthless Vows. Just got back from a walk. I love it. There's like sun shining today. I should probably go for a walk later. Hello, Wolf Brian. What a great name. Hello, Maya. So nice to see you. The Shining is my favorite King book. I'm not a huge fan of his stuff, but The Shining feels special. Excited to reread it. Okay. I feel the faith. I feel the hope. I feel the love. Hey, Sarah. Happy New Year's. Not reading The Shining, but wanted to hang while I read Children of Fallen Gods, which is fun to see. Oh, did you hear that on it? Oh my God. Sorry, my Siri's acting up. I know Sarah, I think, has already read The Shining. Another person who's already read The Shining, currently reading One Last Stop by Casey McQuiston, but would love to join the King horror conversation. Absolutely. Yeah, that's like so great about reading books in a book club. That's like all these like foundational things because we're playing catch up or rereading or like just want to kind of chat about something we really love. Haven't read the short story, but I did like the movie. I've heard they diverge though. Okay, that makes sense. If it's a short story, trying to make it. Oh, okay. I got it confused. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Starting The Shining for the first time. I love your Exorcist read along. Yay! Thanks for hanging. It's always surprising when anybody wants to join. So thank you. It's a lovely surprise. Hello, Froggy. AKA Carly. Room 237, the documentary about crazy theories of the movie. Okay. I remember this now. It's all coming back to me. That'd be nice to watch after the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, all. Happy New Year. I read The Shining last year and enjoyed it. This will be third or fourth read of The Shining and is really amazing. Damn. I want to know if anybody hates this book. Let me know. Okay, gotcha. She's already read it. Another 5-star for Sarah. Looked on Goodreads, and it's been a decade since I read The Shining. More books under your belt. That's what I'm hearing. Reread The Shining last month. Changed my rating from 4 stars to 5 stars. What? Okay, that is getting me so hyped, so excited. So I thought it'd be a good idea just to kind of chat about what our thoughts are on King in general, like where we're coming from, if we've read something. I know this is hilarious. Not my favorite King, but I appreciate it more now. And then I know the hype that you get before you read something and then the expectations of that. I know. I'll adjust my expectations accordingly because I don't have really a good track record with King. I read Pet Sematary first last October, and I generally liked it, but my biggest issue with it is that it could have been way more condensed. The pacing just felt too meandering, and that's my general kind of view. I do like his short stories a lot more, though. I've read a few of those, like The Boogeyman, but I like the movie way better. So I don't think I'm like a huge fan of his short stories. I think I'm still exploring that, but I did like his novella, The Good Marriage. So I don't have a good track record with King. So I'd be curious, Maddie, what have you read so far and what are your thoughts?
So the first book that I read was The Long Walk, which is such an odd choice because it's not even, I think that was under his pen name originally, and did not like it. But I ended up reading Misery after that and really enjoyed it. And then The Shining after that. So out of all 3 of those, I really like The Shining the best, but Misery was also really great. For me, the writing, I feel the same as you, Lauren, where the writing style for me is just very long-winded and very descriptive, and I don't have an attention span for that. But I do think that he does a really great job as writing these immersive stories. I just think a lot of the detail can be trimmed out. So I've never read any short stories. I feel like maybe those might be better hit for me, but I'm definitely open to trying them.
I smell a good vlog idea for you because you had a vlog too about King
Yeah.
where I think, is that the one that you read Misery for?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I read all three of those in that same vlog.
Yeah. So I think that's a good, like you can do like back to back and then have like a moment to like actually sit and like reflect and like be honest about that. I think that'd be a good idea because I found that I like his a little bit better. But I think just the overall thing I can't get over is like how, very like there's just always something in there where like whether it's about like sexuality or age or racism, like all these things, like I just like there's only so much time you have in your life, and my frame of mind is like I don't want to read it with something that's like super problematic because I don't think it's worth it. Like if there's like an author where like they have something really great in another category, like maybe the prose or the immersiveness or something, or like some nostalgia thing for me, and then it had like these problematic things that are so prevalent of their time period, maybe I'd be able to do it, but I don't think there's enough excitement over King for me that I would be able to like be okay with that. What do you think, Brooklyn? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with what you just said. I read Dolores Claiborne, I think that's what it's called, with the old lady, and Carrie. So I didn't really like Carrie that much. I know that's like not really a popular opinion, but no, yeah, it's just like the random like either like homophobic comments or like the use of the N-word, like that does not need to be in there. Like I don't understand why he like puts those problematic elements into his story when they could be so good, but like what are you even doing, you know? So I feel like The Shining needs to be the redemption for me, or else I'm like, is it even worth it to pick up another Stephen King book? Because a lot of them are so long, you know? Like, yeah.
That's exactly what it is for me. Like The Shining is the redemption, right? Like I need something because I've thought about like maybe reading Carrie, and I feel like I've gotten like a lot of what you said about that book where it's like, I don't know, I could read something else like Tiffany Jackson's The Way to Blood and probably get the same positive parts, but then like things that like are way more intriguing for me personally when it comes like my personal taste. So, or maybe just like watching the movie maybe is enough in certain cases. That's kind of my thought. So this is a really crucial, important moment for my reading and King in our relationship because I don't have a good like track record on this. We have some folks that are joining from Vanessa Sprints. Hello, Happy New Year. Got some physical book reading, Iron Flame. Thank you so much. You're the sweetest. Read 20 something. Oh yeah. Carly has quite the backlog with King.
Wow.
I know, so impressive. Yes, you're authoritative. I'm curious if you have videos on like a wrap up and your just general reflections so far. But I know they change your tastes over time. So I always get like weary about making those kind of videos, but it's always cool to see people's thoughts and like a whole author's backlist. I read several King's books, but not The Shining. So they read Holly, Fairy Tale, The Stand. Gotcha. Lots of 5 stars. I did hear about this. There's going to be a new short story collection coming out this year. One I want to get to as well is going to be The Mist. I really want to read that one, which I think is like a novella or like a longer short story. I'd be down for that. I completely understand when people aren't fans of King and his writing style. I think there's something about growing up as a lonely kid that translates to loving his immersive writing style or portraits. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I could totally see that. Andy's read Carrie, Cujo, The Long Walk, The Shining, and Doctor Sleep. They've enjoyed all of them, some more than others, but again, love The Shining. Okay, cool. I need a good hype up, I think, for this one. Recommending The Shining. Lena's liked Pet Sematary and also enjoyed Salem's Lot, but I think those are my only 2 Kings so far. I'm always hesitant with the problem. Yes, yeah, same. So you're in the same kind of thing. Have either of you read Salem's Lot? I don't think so, right?
No.
Would you ever?
It's
Like, are
really
you?
It's
Is it
really long, right? I think so. That's what's intimidating to me. Because I'm like,
I might give it a chance. I don't know, really. If I say something today, it might change tomorrow.
But it has vampires in it, so I like vampires, so I'd totally be down.
Yeah.
Yeah. If this is supposed to be your redemption on that, I'm worried how you'll view his character. Oh, the character in The Shining, the main character. I mean, I like a I don't know, I guess. I like a unlikable character, but oh God, Carly.
I'm just muting myself because I'm like, don't spoil.
I'm expecting that at this point.
Okay. I haven't read anything new by King, only most of his older works. My favorite is Gerald's Game. Okay, cool. I've heard of Gerald's Game. I don't know if that one's horror though. Okay, cool. Thanks for the warning ahead of time. I've read The Mist, Gerald's Game, and just finished Misery. I've definitely been avoiding his longer stuff. Relatable. Okay. I think I will give that one a shot. Heard the audiobook was really good.
Yeah, it is.
Have you read it?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. The Weight of Blood, I read that one 2 times, and I read Carrie once. I think the Weight of Blood audiobook sounds like it's done so well, it sounds like a podcast.
So you read it 2 because you loved it so much?
What did you say?
You read it twice because you loved it so much?
Because exactly, yeah.
I love that. I'm not a fan of the problematic stuff, but at least he uses it to make someone clearly a villain rather than making it okay. Good to know. I've read almost everything of his. The Mist is really good too. Yeah, that's the one where like I love a creature feature, so I feel like that's the one thing where it's like okay, and also it's like a novella, so it's not gonna be like it's like really long stuff. Salem's Lot is the best small town horror book around. Yeah, I like that idea, and there's a movie off of it too. So not Jack, but Jack too. Ooh, all these characters. Wait, the main character is Jack, right? Okay, good. See, that's how little I know about this book. All I know is that there's a line on the cover of this one for some random ass reason. There's a hotel they go to. I think I just have the images of the movie's trailer in my head. I think there's kids involved. It's a snowy, isolated setting. That's literally all I know. That's all I know. Maybe somebody's a writer, I want to say. I have no clue. Okay, gotcha. Ranking with 30-something of his books. My ranking has definitely upset some people. Yeah, people have strong thoughts about King, which is like, you know, I guess to be expected about somebody who's been around for so long.
True.
Let me click on my little thing. There we go. Salem's Lot is very much a modern for the time Dracula retelling. I can get behind this. I really can. Read The Outsider last year and loved it. I've seen The Shining movie too many times to count, and I'm hoping the book is just as great. Oh, hello, Mariah. I have heard that the movie is very, very different from the book.
Yeah, because I've seen some of the scenes. Like I haven't watched the movie, but I've seen some of the prolific scenes, and I was waiting for them to show up in the book, and some just never appear. So I'm excited to watch the movie for the first time to see where the differences are.
Same, yeah. Which I will be having like a little watch party for that later on this month because at that point, I feel like people would have read it. Hopefully a month. Pet Sematary is on my TBR for this month. I love grief horror, so I feel like I had to read that. That's really critical to the genre. Hello, Steph. Welcome. Going to be reading Misery soon. I think that would be one I would read for the vibes of snowiness. And I think you like that one, right?
Yeah, I would even say like with the concerns you have with The Shining, I didn't find it like those issues as much in Misery. Like I found that to be, especially since the main character is like unlikable, but it's like a female main character who's like in a power role. It was really interesting to see like that sort of dynamic with King's writing.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think that really comes up too much. Okay. Halloran?
Yeah, Halloran. Yeah.
Halloran. So Jack is a character. Halloran is a character.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Um, Dr. Sleep redeems him somewhat. There is a reason for the lion. The movie and the book are very different indeed. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out a lion and a hotel. It's not working for me.
Yeah, because I've watched the movie several times, probably like 3 times. I'm saying several. But yeah, I was like, I don't remember a lion as being a part of the movie at all, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. I feel like you've seen it enough times to remember if there was a freaking lion in it. The Shining is good. Once they get to the hotel, it draws one in. The TV movie version of The Shining is the one King liked and said was faithful. Gotcha. Okay. I didn't realize there was more than one adaptation.
Yes.
There's also a miniseries too. Oh my God, people love this book that I think King helped produce. That's supposed to be pretty accurate adaptation. Okay, so it's probably referencing that one. Just thrifted a copy of Misery for $3. Ooh,
What a steal.
Yeah. My favorite King book thus far is The Long Walk. Highly, highly recommend. I don't think you care for that one too much, right, Maddie?
No. Could just be me.
Oh yeah, it's all about taste and wheelhouse and preferences. Misery's in the top 2 King books. What was your favorite? Number 1? I must know. Or if there's a video for that, I'll watch it. Misery is so good. If you're on the fence about him, this book helps. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Got a lot of misery on people's TBR. No lion in the movie, but indeed in the book. I know I've heard the movie and book are very different. Yeah, I'm excited to compare it because it's also like a very iconic movie as well. Okay, so my last question before we get into our first sprint is, what are your concerns or hopes for The Shining? So Maddie, correct me if I'm wrong, you have read the book but not watched the movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so do you have any concerns or hopes for The Shining when you read it the second time, or like anything you're like trying to look out for more specifically?
Yeah, I'm interested to read it again, knowing, like, I feel like I was looking for things from the movie, and so I had a certain expectation when I was reading it the first time, and so I think going in the second time, already knowing what happens, I feel like I'll be able to appreciate certain scenes more for what they are instead of just like looking for, hyping myself up of certain scenes.
Gotcha. I did that when I was Cabin at the End of the World. You two know what I'm talking about, right? Like Knock at the Cabin, whatever. There's like different book versus movie titles. I read that right before the movie was released. And like a day or so after I finished the book, I went to go watch it. And it's like almost, except the ending, a page by page literal interpretation of it. So all I was doing was like basically reading this book while I was watching it. Like I was not in it because of that. So I kind of see what you mean.
Yeah.
But it's reversed. Yours was reversed. You would watch the movies and had all those visuals, and then you're reading it looking for that. Damn, it's so tricky with adaptations. Do you generally feel like you like to watch things before you read them, or the opposite?
I think I like to read them before I watch them because I like to envision things myself first. I feel like I'm very impressionable, especially like even when I am really looking forward to a book in general, I try and avoid other people's reviews because I'm like, oh yeah, good point. And then I just absorb that. So I think with the movies, I like watching them after so that I've already decided my own, like, I don't know what the characters look like or like that sort of thing. But I love watching it after because it's just fun to see a different interpretation of it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I think I like to maybe watch things first before I read them. But I feel like in this case, it's so different apparently that I don't think maybe it would be an issue, I guess, in that regard. I don't know. I'll see, I guess, later on. But Brooklyn, what about yourself? Do you have any concerns or hopes? Because you've seen the movie several times, but never read the book, right?
Yeah. So I'm just, I don't know. Now that everyone's saying, okay, to be honest, I did not do like that much research on how different the book was to the movie. So now that everyone's saying that the book is very different, I'm like getting a little bit worried because I like the movie. But I'm thinking that I will like this because I kind of like an unhinged main character. So I'm interested in seeing where that goes. So that's why, like, I feel like I'm going to like this book. And I'm a little concerned that maybe I won't like it, but I'm really hoping I am. Like, I don't know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how unhinged are the characters in the movie?
They're like an 8.59, I think.
And what are like non-spoiler things you could say about like what you really liked about the movie that you hope is in the book?
Okay. I liked the isolated setting of the hotel, how it was just the 3 people there. And I liked that, and I liked how the scenes.
I know you're trying to
where it
like
was
not spoil anything, so it's so hard.
No, never mind. I don't know if this is a spoiler or not. But
Is it like did you really like the characters, or did you really like the suspense, or like the tension, or like the horror aspects?
yeah, I like the horror aspect. I like the suspense leading up to it, like what's actually happening. Like, is this what is actually happening right now? That's what I really liked about it. And that's what I'm hoping to get from the book that was in the movie.
I think that translates so much better in movie format. The whole like, is it happening? Is it not? Like that's a very visual, fun thing you could play with. So I'd be curious if that shows up in the book because it's harder to execute, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see. And then my hopes, my concerns. I hope that it has a lot of like isolated setting, a lot of like atmospheric, like snowy things. I hope that the female characters in the book, because I think there is the wife. It'd be wild to imagine the book not having that and the movie adding that. But I hope the wife is multidimensional and isn't like making me frustrated or feels like makes me feel like they could be doing a little bit more, or they could have been like more fleshed out as a character beyond just like their role as a wife or a mother. So I hope for that. And I hope it's like creepy. I hope there's like a lot of horror elements to it and we get to like be there in those moments and it's not like off the page. I really hope that. Because I don't feel like Pet Sematary, in my opinion, the horror wasn't really in the more traditional sense. I think it's just like the fears we have of like dying and like our mortality being grappled with it, which is scary. But I want more like creaturey, paranormal, supernatural stuff in this book.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be really, really useful and enjoyable. Okay, so we have some folks who are joining us. So happy you're here. Favorite book is Needful Things, and I DNF The Shining despite loving the movie. Oh my gosh.
I'm scared.
Very polarizing.
I know, our first person that like has been vocal about DNFing. Thank you for saying that. Appreciate that. Let's see. Carly had mentioned that I think in my video I said Misery was my favorite, but it's really tied with Under the Dome, which most people hate. I've never heard of that one before. Have you guys?
I have, but as like a TV show, which I guess is like kind of bad, but I've never seen it. Yeah.
Interesting. I've never even heard the title before. While they're different, I find them supplementary. What I wanted from the movie, I got from the book. There's just more time. Ah, okay. I like viewing it as that. That's different. A lot of the iconic movie scenes are not in the book, so it's good to go into it not expecting much. Okay. Fresh, nothing, empty mind. Don't even get me started on the ending of the cabin at the end of the world. Why did they change it? It was so good in the book.
That's what I'm saying.
But I remember being like viscerally mad at the end of the book, and I'm like, I want to know. But I guess it was more enjoyable than the movie. It did actually make me appreciate the book more when I watched the movie. It went up like half a star. Carly always tries to read before watching, but that also makes me annoying to watch movies with because I just want to point out the differences.
Yep.
Sarah agrees. Like to read the books first. Andy as well. I like the book and the movie of The Shining, even with them being different. Okay, cool. That's good to know. One non-spoiler thing I could say that's nice about the book is that it makes you feel more for the villain as a person battling their demons and wanting to do the right thing rather than just evil.
Okay.
So some depth in our villains. Yeah. Rooting for the villain. I love it. I can appreciate the movie as its own separate thing, but I definitely enjoyed the book better. I'm very excited to figure that out because I still don't know which one I enjoy more about the last book club read along I did for The Exorcist. I want to say I liked the book maybe a smidge more because of what Carly had mentioned about getting a little bit more insight and more like texture to the characters and their like internal struggles that made the allegory metaphor more rich in The Exorcist. But there's just something about that movie that's so like wild and just like what the girl does and like seeing that visually is like really wild. But I don't think there's anything that the movie really added that the book didn't already give us. So I feel like then it comes down to like me choosing the Exorcist book. So I'd be curious if I also choose the book over the movie. But we'll see. We'll see. Is the movie for you, Brooklyn, like one of your top movies, or was it just like kind of enjoyable?
No, I just like it. I mean, it's not one of my top movies. My favorite movies I would watch like over and over again. So I do
Okay.
enjoy it, but it's not like my like top 10 or anything.
Okay. So there's room for the book to probably be more enjoyable
Oh, for sure.
for you than the movie. Okay. Okay. Are we ready to start? Have any of you started the book yet? Besides, I mean, I know this is your reread, Maddie, but have you started it yet?
No, not yet.
What about you, Brooklyn?
I listened to a little bit of the first chapter, but I'm going to go back and re-listen to it. So I'm going to start it again for the first time.
Okay. Yes, and I have not started it yet. I think I listened to like a little bit of the audiobook like a few weeks ago just to like figure out if like I like the narrator and they're fine. So I have an audiobook, but then I also have a physical, and I'm going to start off with the physical so I have a little bit more of like a connection, I think. Like I find that if I read physically, I kind of am more a little attached to the story. So I'm going to do that. We are going to be in a very special location, which I hope is the right image, but you'll see what I mean in a second. We're here.
Ooh.
Does this look right?
Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah.
Okay, cool. Is this the Overlook Hotel? I have no clue. I've never seen the movie. I just like looked it up on Google.
Oh. You know what? I don't know.
It seems right.
Similar vibes, at least. Yeah.
Yes.
It looks good.
It's snowing. Okay. So I have 45 minutes. Does that work for you too to kind of get to like maybe what 30-ish pages?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about, are the chapters, Maddie, are they really long?
I don't think so. Depends on the chapter, I think.
Okay, the first few seem really quick.
Yeah. I think once you get into it, it's a little bit more.
Okay, exciting. All right. Well, thank you everybody for hanging with us. We're going to read for 45 minutes and see what our, first initial thoughts are when we get back. Set the timer. All right. Happy reading, peeps. too. Sometimes I'm on that amazing this week doesn't go, so I like to press that. But we have read, okay, let's know. What are our initial thoughts so far on The Shining? What do you think, Maddie? What are your thoughts? Anything you didn't remember from before? Anything that new that stuck out to you?
Yeah, so reading it again, the foreshadowing, even in the first like 2, 3 chapters, I'm like, oh my god. Like it's really good. And also I forgot how quickly they set the isolated like vibe immediately. Like when they're talking about how like if something happens, like it doesn't seem isolated until someone falls and hits their head or something. So yeah, I feel like I'm picking up on a lot of stuff that I just brushed over and I'm appreciating it way more the second time around.
Okay, good. That's good to know. There's one thing in there that made me crack up. There was like a part where they're talking about how the thermostats in the rooms are all just for show because all these like Californians are going like want everything to be freaking hot. And I'm like a Californian, I think that's hilarious. That part made me crack up. What about yourself, Brooklyn? What are you thinking so far about The Shining?
Yeah, so I picked up on what Maddie was saying about the foreshadowing just from like, obviously like the movie. But I'm like, I feel all of this foreshadowing and I am here for it. I love foreshadowing in books. Exactly. I don't know. It's something that I really love is that. So I am liking the vibe so far.
Okay, good. Yes. So I got to page because I was also eating some like a late lunch. I had some Chipotle. I got to page 20 so far. How far did you get, Maddie?
My book is a different edition. So I have like the little one that's like kind of the smaller paperback. I got to chapter 5.
Okay, cool. What about yourself, Brooklyn? Because I know I think you're listening on audio, right?
Right. I'm 2 minutes away from chapter 4.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
I'm
like
so
about
jealous that you have the audio. I like reading this now and certain like the text changes. I remember how much I loved the audiobook and I tried to get it on the library and they don't have it right now. Oh, it's so good.
What do you mean? Like what's the audiobook have?
So just the tone changes. I don't want to say too much because I think that the chapter that I just read talks about Danny and his stuff. So just you'll see when it's in italics and stuff, the tone of the audiobook changes and it's just really well done.
Yes. Yeah, there's like are you referencing like the times when like Jack is like doing something, he's like living his life and then he'll have like flashbacks to something that kind of cut in?
Yeah. Or like the internal thoughts like that Wendy's having.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm liking her. I think she has some like nuance to her and it seems like she's like really in a hard place already before she's like leaving. So I feel so much dread emotionally when I think about how isolated the situation is going to be and they're already like volatile as a family. I'm like kind of afraid.
Yeah.
That's like already set up. Can we think about what else? Anything else stick out to us?
I think it's interesting how the Watson like walking around the boiler room and then like Almond talking about the previous family and how he doesn't want to hire another family. And then Jack's kind of justifying why he'd be a good fit. And then you're starting to see more of Jack's backstory and you're like, interesting how there's like parallels and how this is all starting to connect.
Instantly, I would, if I knew that somebody died in that really isolated setting, like so violently, I'm sorry. No, I like to read horror stories, not be in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, dang, he is telling this man the whole tea. Like, he's not holding it back at all. I would be too
No.
scared.
Yeah, and I think he like just really wants somebody that like knows what they're getting themselves into, and we already know that like he has substance abuse issues that like comes out after he has a whole conversation with the hotel, I'm assuming like manager or operator, and it's like, oh my god, like there's something that's gonna come up that's like, yeah, it's just so much dread. I love it, and in so few pages.
Yeah.
I'm loving it so far. So far. Any like negative or concerns or issues or anything? I mean, when we find out about the big family drama, that one flashback, I'm imagining Brooklyn. Yeah, you probably got to that already. It's like, God, it's so like, you can just see that there's already going to be something that's like going to be coming up to that and getting even like worse, presumably. And so that's like going to be really hard already. I'm already anticipating those scenes being like really tough. It's going to be sad. But I like that I care about these characters so quickly.
Right. Yeah.
I like how they kept saying Jack's PR smile. That made me giggle a little bit.
That is so funny. Yeah, he's just like really trying to sell himself. And I'm just imagining, because I do have some images of the characters in this book. I feel like the character of Jack, I'm trying to imagine like Jack Nicholson's smile when I imagine that PR smile. It's probably so unnerving. Very creepy smiles. So just catching on some comments here. One non-spoiler thing I could say that's nice about the book is that it makes you feel more for the villain as a person battling their demons and wanting to do the right thing rather than just evil. I already feel there's like a lot of like humanness to him, even though like I don't like him at all. There seems to be like this this like feeling of like I want to be a good person, but like I just can't be, that I can appreciate about Jack. Let's see here. You could always also look up the Salem Hotel. It's the real life hotel the story was based on. I see people doing like vlogs going and visiting the hotel, and I'm very jealous. I'm also kind of scared because that's what it could be. Read a lot of King when I was a teen. That was like 30 years ago. Remember loving Christine, The Stand. It's long though, Pet Sematary. But The Shining is my favorite read a few times. Don't like Carrie. We fully agree with you, yes. Wholeheartedly. And then we had somebody who joined us in the last sprint. Andy got 40 pages in. So excited to be rereading it. I'd be curious, Andy, if there's anything that you're picking up on as well this second time around. Or maybe, I'm not too sure how many times you've read it. Hello, Rachel. Thank you. Happy New Year. I remember now how heart-wrenching Jack and Danny are in this book. Ugh. I know. I'm trying to think about like horror books or movies that have hotel settings or motels. Do any come to mind? Because I think I really enjoy the setting of a horror novel or book to be at a hotel. There's one I read that is like kind of a supernatural thriller. It's The Sundown Motel by Simone St. James, which I really liked it. And I think they used the motel in really interesting ways. Do you guys have any that come to mind immediately, like a horror movie or book with a hotel setting, motel?
I can only think of 1408, but that was already mentioned. I only watched the movie to that, though. I haven't read the short story, I think.
Did you like the movie?
I don't think I did. It's hard to remember. It was so long ago.
I'm trying to think. I want more like hotel horror. I don't know if that would.
I feel like there's a lot of thrillers that are in like hotels or like apartment buildings, sort of like rentals. But horror, I can't think of any.
I'm looking up a list, and obviously The Shining is in that. The Sundown Motel shows up in that one. There's one that's on my list of books to read, and I think it's middle grade, I want to say. It's by K.P. Alexander. I like one book I've read from them so far. It's going to be The Vacancy. So this one looks really creepy, but I think it's like middle grade. So I need more hotel horror
I
in
Googled
my
it
life.
and it says The Return, but I haven't ever read The Return, so I don't know if that's actually has a hotel in it.
It is. Yes.
Yeah.
How can I forget? Rachel Harrison, The Return. It is at a hotel. That one's good. I need to reread that one. That one's so good.
It's on my list. I haven't read it yet.
What are you doing?
It's my
there?
favorite. It's so. Oh yeah, we love it. What? I love it.
Mhm.
How can you forget too,
Bruh, that's when I think of that, The Return, it's more friendship to me. I don't know how I forgot they were at a
Yeah,
hotel.
Same. I'm glad you looked that one up, Mike, because later on I'd be like remembering it and I'm like, how did I mention that? Have either of you read The Chateau?
No.
Because I think I've heard about that one too.
Oh, I just thought of another one. Lock Every Door by Riley Sager. It's kind of a thriller, but it has like horror elements to it. I don't know if it's I think it's a hotel or maybe it's like a long-term rental. But I enjoyed it.
That falls under it. Yeah, that falls under the category. Is that one of his that's like actively disliked? I feel like there's like one or two where like basically the consensus is everybody hates it.
I don't think so. I don't know if it's like a fave, but it's one of my faves. Like I am not a huge Riley Sager fan, but Lock Every Door and Home Before Dark are my two faves.
Okay, cool.
Recommend for sure.
I'm trying to think about a Darcy Coates book that I've read that includes hotel horror. She has such a big backlist, so I wouldn't be surprised. But none that I've read so far come to mind for that one. The Last by Hannah Jameson is an apocalyptic mystery set at an isolated hotel. That's all I can think of. I've never heard of this one before. That one sounds really cool.
That's a lot.
I like isolated settings. That's what I'm learning from my winter reads. I like a isolated setting. Oh, Liz read The Vacancy and it was pretty good for middle grade horror. The Witches movie takes place at a hotel. It's more horror light, but worth a watch. I think I read that watched it when I was little and it was like so disturbing. Just the witch. They're creepy. Have you guys watched that movie before? So
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I haven't watched it or read the book.
Yeah, it's the imagery of like they're like normal and then they like take off like all their like human exteriors and then there's just like the witchy noses and faces and you're just like, oh my god, I do not want to be a child in this room, and then there's children in the room that have like snuck in. It's like so creepy. Lock Every Door is an apartment building. I loved it. Riley Sager is a fave of mine. Ooh, that's like a sub. I think they're like right next to each other. Apartment horror and like hotel horror.
Yeah, I can think of a lot of like thrillers that have that like apartment sort of like Lucy. What is that one called? Is it The Paris Apartment?
That's wrong. Foley?
Yeah, Lucy Foley, The Paris Apartment. That one's not horror, but it's another one that's kind of like similar.
Have either of you read Nestlings yet? I haven't. That's apartment, right?
Yes, and I loved it.
I know, I need to get to it.
I'm on my library website like every day, like, do you have nestlings yet?
Patiently not patient. I know, I really want because okay, Everend or Scrib, you have like so many like premium listens before they cut you off, and there's only like so many you could like actually have. So I'm like, okay, this month I have so many book club audiobooks that are on there, and I'm like, I need it for that though, and I'm like, I'll have a physical for my library, but I have not enough time. I could like audiobooks, you could just like do stuff, and like such a good use of your time. So I'm just like, oh, I don't know what to do, but I need to read Nestlings. I truly do. Nestlings. I think of Nestle tea, like hot chocolate. Have either of you read White Horse by Eric the Worth?
I have.
So that one is, they actually go to the Stanley Hotel. They have that whole scene.
Yeah.
Like there are a lot of Shining references. Did you watch The Shining before you read that book or opposite?
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't watched The Shining yet. So I read the book first. Yeah. But I think I read White Horse before The Shining. But there's a lot of references to The Shining in that book for sure. Have you read it, Lauren?
Yes, I have, but I feel like for me, as somebody that did not read or watch The Shining before getting to White Horse, I felt like that was super random. Like the
Yeah.
inclusion, I just couldn't get why it was there, but I like the book generally.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm trying to think, maybe if I go back, I'll be able to figure out, I don't know, is there like foreshadowing in there? Is there symbolism? Like some type of like, I don't know, something with the allegory? I don't know. But yeah, they do. She does go to the hotel. I think she like finds something there too. Maybe. I remember. Creepers on my TBR that takes place at a hotel. Interesting. Creepers. I am intrigued. Oh, I think it's maybe Vintage by David Morrell. Seems like it might be on the older side. 2005. I don't know. It's probably not Vintage. Oh my gosh, Psycho! Andy mentioned that. So did Mariah. Have you guys seen the movie?
I have like the original 1960s movie. I don't know if that's the only one, but I've seen that. Oh, and Bates Motel the show.
Yes.
Great show.
Yes. I've seen the first few seasons of that. Is Psycho, is that first the book, then the movie? I don't know.
I don't know
about that. But the movie itself, I feel like really utilizes the hotel like scenery. So that one's a good one. Oh my gosh, you guys are coming up with all these things I like totally didn't even think of. Might have to pick up White Horse to keep the Shining vibes going this month. Yes, that'd be like they're a good pairing, I feel. Like a good little matchup. Okay, cool. So we got some folks' initial thoughts on The Shining so far, and we chatted a little bit about hotel horror because that's like a big thing about this. I love the history that they're talking about too. Like that dude, Omen, he like knew all of the dates, all the years for when it was sold and stuff, so you could tell like he's really into it. But I don't know if he's like actually going to be that big of a character. My question though for you all, because it wasn't clear to me, I might have like missed something or hasn't come up yet. Do visitors actually go? Are there guests during the winter season, or are they going to be like fully alone?
I don't think they mention it, but there's no guess.
Okay, gotcha. So it will just be the caretakers who are there just to make sure that things are like kind of running at low optimum levels. So like there's no big end of the winter season like renovations they have to do because things got so bad.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Because I know that there's some other characters that maybe are in the book or the movie, but I'm like, okay, how did they get there? Because really, people aren't supposed to be there. They're fully alone. No guests, just Jack and his family. Yeah, big yikes. Big yikes. They have some problems. And why would any adults get into a situation like that is so isolated when they have all that baggage? I just don't know. Just some ghosts, perhaps. And then Psycho is a book by Robert Bloch.
Oh, okay.
Cool. It's marginal source material. All right. Are we ready to go back in?
Let's do it.
Okay. So I think they're gonna head in, I'm assuming. We'll see. Okay, gotta get us back at the Overlook. Okay, see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading. And we are back. Okay, how far did you get, Maddie, in this last sprint?
Just before like part 2, so chapter 7 I got to.
Ooh, chapter 7. Actually, I should probably look at where I'm at. I am in the middle of chapter 5. How far did you get, Brooklyn?
I am 1/3 of the way through chapter 6.
Ooh, okay. We love it. So what are our thoughts so far?
So we've gotten to the part now where Danny's ability is starting to show, like that's one of my favorite parts in this whole book, is like the interactions that he has, and that's the part of the audiobook that I love so much too. So I don't know, Brooklyn, when you are listening to the audiobook, do you hear what his like friend says, the way he says his name and stuff? Like, is it the audiobook you have?
Yeah, Tony.
Right?
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. It sounds
like,
different.
Yeah, he like cries
and,
Danny or whatever.
And I forgot about that. I know you guys haven't seen the movie, right? Lauren, you haven't seen the movie, right? Okay.
Nope.
Yeah. I was like, wow, I completely forgot about that from the movie. Yeah.
There's a lot. I think this last sprint was like pretty important for me. So like one thing that came out to me was some like problematic stuff. So we have like Watson, that's like saying some like homophobic things, and then you have I think it's also, no, it wasn't Watson. It was like that one Ullman dude. Also Watson is like very fat phobic, and then you have Ullman, who is like somehow saying like the whole violent family death of that first family that stays at the hotel over the winter, like it all happened. It's all attributed because the father in that family didn't have a high school degree. Like he didn't graduate high school. It's like, okay, what does it have to do with your abilities to stand the test of like a really challenging, isolated 6 months? That was silly to me. And then also I finally figured out like where red rum comes from. I have no clue what it is or what it's about at all, but because it's like just kind of the seeds are getting planted now, but I see it like in jewelry or t-shirts or just being referenced online. So I'm like, okay, this book better tell me what the hell it is, because I need to know. I'm still very confused.
It comes up a lot, I think, in that like interaction that Danny has
with his friend.
Yeah, with Tony.
Gotcha. And that whole scene is supposed to be like the first scene we have is I was kind of confused. I think maybe we're supposed to be confused, but when we're getting introduced to red rum as a concept, I feel like I want to make the assumption that it's kind of an insight into Tony's life.
See, when I read it for the first time, that's what I thought too.
Oh,
okay. I don't know. I totally might have missed something, but that's what I thought too when I was first reading it.
Okay. Yeah, I had to rewind that part like 3 times. And I'm like, girl, I don't know what's happening. We're gonna move on.
Yes. Yeah, because I also started the audiobook a little bit, so I can like kind of get used to like the pace and like how they're talking and the voices and stuff. And I was thinking like how if I had to like listen to that on audiobook, I'd have to like make it 1x speed so I could really see in my head what's happening. And I think that Tony is just generally a very interesting character that we're introduced to. I have questions like, are they going to be a good figure, benign? Are they going to be benevolent, or not benevolent, more like malevolent? I am very intrigued by how that's going to play out. And I really just love the lore behind hotels. Like, have you ever been to a hotel and you saw, like my partner pointed this out to me, I didn't realize it, that hotels don't have 13th floors sometimes, and so you won't see it when like you're in the elevator. Have you guys ever come across that before?
Yeah. And apartment buildings too sometimes have it skipped.
Yes. Oh, that's so true. Yeah, I just love the superstitious nature of that. I love the lore, and I also love the part where Watson is like kind of talking to Jack about the past residents of the hotel. And I love that. And it instantly reminded me of American Horror Story Hotel. And I was like, oh my God,
Yeah.
that's what we didn't talk about. Like, I love that season so much. And it makes me want to rewatch it. Have you guys seen that season?
I haven't.
I watched like half of it. I don't remember why I stopped watching because once you get past the first episode, it wasn't that bad, but
You didn't like it? Oh my God, I love that season so much. Gaga?
no, I'm not
Great.
roasting. I'm not roasting it. That sounded like a roast. But I mean, I'm just saying, like that one scene in the first episode, I was like, that was a lot for me. So,
Yes, are you talking about in one of the rooms?
yeah.
Yes. Oh, absolutely, 100%. You're so, yeah, valid. So valid. It was very,
But-
very intense.
but
But
yeah.
I love the lore. I think that's basically all the things that hit on for me. Do we ever, you don't have to tell me like what it is, but like red rum, do we get like understandings fully about what that means?
I mean, you know what it means, but like like where it comes from, I don't know. I don't think so, but you know what it ends up meaning, like the meaning of
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. Any thoughts for you, Brooklyn, as like you're going into this next chunk as you've gotten to chapter 6? Are you liking it?
I don't know. I don't think I have like any thoughts or anything. I am like really enjoying it, which I'm surprised. Okay, like Stephen King is getting a redemption from me. Like we love to see it. Like I was kind of expecting it, but yeah, I'm happy, and I feel like the story has layers, which I love, like the kid's ability. And do we know? I guess if Stephen King's books are all in the same universe.
It's a
Do we
very
know
good
that?
question. I don't know. The extent of how I know how to answer that is like there's a character called Holly that's in a lot of books, and then she has like her own book.
Mm.
So maybe. And that reminds me that there's going to be, or maybe it's already released. I don't really remember. I haven't kept up with it. There's supposed to be a story, like there's supposed to be a series that's coming out that's like based in the town that it took place, I think, or like near it. I think they're trying to create like a King universe of sorts for that. That's a good question. I'm glad you're enjoying it because I'm really liking it. Like I actually in the middle of it, I was like, wait, am I enjoying this? Am I living for this right now?
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Like the same thing.
I love it. And we're not even at the hotel yet.
Yeah.
Once you get to the hotel, stuff just pops off. So it gets even better.
Okay. Good. I'm feeling really good about it. Mariah loved white horrors. I did too. King is known for his use of Native American culture in his books, so I think that's the connection with white horse. Yeah, totally. Maybe it's like a rewrite or like I don't know, clapback of sorts that the author was doing. And then moving on over here, trying to click my little button. Hey, Christine, I'm not reading The Shining, but wanted to say hi, Lauren, working on The Bone Shard Daughter. Happy New Year's, Christine. Let's see. Read the first 6 pages of a new read mid-sprint when I found this. It's The Snow Child by Ewan Ivey. Already an intense start to the story. Snowy reads. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming it's going to be very wintry. Have either of you read that book before or heard of it?
I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it. Sounds very fantastical. Still not home, but definitely going to try to reread The Shining this month. I read it in high school and loved it. I wish I was that cool to be reading King in high school.
Yeah, me too.
I was reading like The Click. I was really obsessed with The Click.
Yeah.
Harry Potter, like all the basics.
Yeah.
Twilight was like my thing.
Yeah.
That was my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had the heart to like read Twilight now, but I've heard so many bad things about people reading it as an adult or rereading it and then feeling like it's so shitty, like the writing. Like I don't want to ruin that experience for me. I really don't.
It's the vibes. It's the vibes.
I'll stick with the book, like the movies.
Oh, true. I only read the first Twilight book, but I'm in the middle of like rereading it and continuing the series. So
wait, right now you are?
like Not right this second, but like I'm on like chapter 2 from a couple weeks ago.
Wait, did you read it for the first time as a youngster?
No, as an adult.
That must be very interesting because I was living for that toxic relationship.
I was living for the fun. It was just like I knew that the writing was bad, but the vibes were there. So I wasn't mad about it.
100%.
I still enjoyed it.
I have a feeling I still would too. Not going to spoil it, but the book does explain who and what Tony actually is, where the movie did not. See, this is the beauty of books. This is the beauty of books. They can give us more. Tony is a much more interesting concept in the book. Oh, is there a reference to Tony in the movie? Or are they totally like limiting and like removing him totally? Do you remember that, Brooklyn? Any Tony references?
I mean, he's in it. I can't really say.
I love watching you try to not say things that are spoilery. It's so great.
Because it's right there, and if I say anything else, it's just gonna come out. I can't do that.
I love it. Tony never being explained in the movie was always a pet peeve, especially finding out in the book what a good plot point it is. Ah, okay. Hopefully that got across what you were trying to say. I feel like a lot of the supernatural paranormal elements in King's work get overlooked or taken out with the movie adaptations. I have not yet seen Pet Sematary, so I don't know.
Oh, they've done a couple of remakes of that, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a million.
Seeing this makes me kind of sad because I haven't seen The Shining, but like I feel like the paranormal and supernatural elements are like my favorite parts of the books. So if they're taking them out of the movies, I don't know if I'll like it as much.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, that's gonna be so different because like with The Exorcist, it was like literally all those paranormal scenes were like almost the same as what was in the book. So I'd be interested to see if that works like at all for you when you watch it. It's so fun listening to how blind you're going into this lore, and you'll definitely figure out about Red Room later. Yeah, I literally know nothing about this book at all. I was shocked when I realized that it was the child that had like this ability. I'm like, oh, okay. Like I know nothing. It is fun. Some of them are in the same universe, I think. Pet Sematary references Cujo. I like that. I'm into that.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to click this. There we go. His universes are all connected with the Dark Tower series, so technically, yes.
Interesting.
I wish I knew what that meant, but I'm really happy with my reread so far. I feel like I'm enjoying it as much as the first time. Yay! Especially since you've read it like a million years ago. That's so nice. Reread should always make me love it more. That's the goal.
Mm-hmm.
The Snow Child is so great. So Andy's read it. Not horror, but I'm 15% away from finishing A Court of Wings and Ruin. Do you have thoughts on this, Brooklyn?
Yes, I do. I love A Court of Thorns and Roses. I read it. I read the first book as a joke, and then I was like, wait, actually, this is kind of good. And so yeah. No, great series.
Is this the sequel?
This is the Court of Wings and Ruin is the third book in the series.
Gotcha.
It's currently ongoing.
Oh, okay. Maddie, have you read this at all, the series?
No, but for my 12 for 12, Brooklyn's making me read the first one, and so I'm kind of reading it as a joke as well, and I feel like the same thing's gonna happen to me, where I'm gonna love it.
You want more fantasy, you get more fantasy. This is what you asked for.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that all King's works are in the same world, but he often drops Easter eggs alluding to other books in his writing, and it's pretty fun to find them. I love that so much. I love Easter eggs. I love feeling like, ooh, like I got that. I picked it up, but they're putting down. But that's a big commitment. I think it's a reward, your Stephen King Easter eggs, for reading these thick books, these big ass books.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Happy New Year, Adrian. Not reading The Shining now, but I've read it at least 3 times before. What? So I hope you guys love it. We are currently loving it. We're into it. Tony isn't removed from the movie, but it's totally different and unexplained. In the movie, he used his finger to make Tony talk, and I can't stop laughing.
No.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I should say that or not, because I just remember like watching it and being like, Tony.
Oh, I hate that.
I literally have no clue what that means. It's so out of context. Oh my gosh. Hello, Bryce. Going to be reading Jade City by Fonda Lee. I think you like that one, right, Maddie? I think I've heard you talk about it.
I loved it. I still have not continued the series, but it was such a surprise for me. It was really good.
Will you continue it? Like, is that in the future? Oh, okay.
That's one of my goals this year. I got to finish the trilogy.
Gotcha. The playground scene is still one of the scariest scenes I've ever read. We haven't gotten to that one yet, have we?
No.
I just finished with a scene, like when we just came back, when he's in a car with his friend Al, and they like run over a bike, and they're like, wait, was it just a bike? I don't know.
That's what made me wonder if all of the universe or all of the books were in the same universe, because right.
Okay, I'm missing something.
Have you read Pet Cemetery?
No. Okay. I'm like, no light bulbs going on here.
Yeah, that's a different kind of vehicle. I would be like convinced. Interesting. I like that connection. That's hilarious. They did the Pet Cemetery remake in 2018, and the one that just recently came out is a prequel. It's a story of the cautionary tale Judd tells Lewis in Pet Cemetery. I don't think I heard the best things about the prequel that just came out. So I think I'm maybe skipping that one. And the voices he uses. Tony.
Oh man.
I know, Maddie's like, no. I just popped off of the Shining ambiance video to match the vibe of my read and stumbled upon this live. Oh my gosh, are we connected? I think we're connected. I love a good ambiance. I'm gonna look one of those up because I love matching my books with my ambiance on a screen. I love that. I love it. He wrote a series of fantasy books called the Dark Tower series, and the main character goes through all his universes fighting a villain. Okay. Thank you for explaining that. Yes, he does have his fantasy books, huh? Like his thread of fantasy.
He stays writing. Like, how does someone have so much to say? That's wild to me. Respect.
Yeah, that's why he's so prolific. Not The Shining, but finished my first book of the year that sprint. We love it. I have a feeling mine will take some time. He literally walks by Pennywise. Oh my gosh, what? He literally walks by Pennywise's decaying circus in one of them and then goes to another place from another book next. I love that.
Interesting.
You're kind of selling me on this series.
Yeah.
You're doing great. Okay, and then Christine is exactly there. You're gonna be interested in that series. Took me 3 tries to get through the first book. Yeah, we're intrigued. You got to keep going with the Dark Tower, Christine. Yeah, rooting us on. First one is bad. Oh, if you don't like the second, then maybe not. Okay. Interesting to have like a first book that becomes a series that's like not good.
Yeah.
Hated the first book too. Yeah, but they got more interesting. Still not that great though, honestly. Maybe this is the year. We have to get to book 3. I wonder how many there all are. There might be maybe a lot of them, I'm assuming. Through book 3 is what I consider the start. I love that. Fantasy, they love their series. They do love their series.
For real.
Yes. Oh, we haven't read a King book yet. Yeah, I got some people that are really on. Yes. Yeah, I didn't realize he has so many books. All right, so I did want to do another sprint, but I know that Maddie will be leaving us.
Yes.
Head on out. But thank you so much. Can you give us just our concluding thoughts about where you're at in your reread before you hop off?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to finish before bed just chapter 7. I'll get to part 2 for sure. So I'm after the part where they hit the bike and then they start to get to the hotel. So I kind of want to get midway into the hotel, but I'm really enjoying this reread. I feel like I'm appreciating a lot of things that I looked over the first time around. So I originally rated this 4 stars, and I feel like rereading it, it might be bumped up to a 5. I feel like because I feel like when I first read it, I was not that interested in the beginning. And then once we got to the hotel and all of the scary scenes started happening, I was super into it. But if I'm this into it this early on, I feel like the stuff I loved the most is still on the horizon. So
Yeah, it'll like level itself out, right?
Yeah.
The things that you didn't care for as much before are like now even more meaningful. I love that. Oh, okay. I'm so excited. Well, thanks so much for hanging with
Yeah.
us. It's all good, Brooklyn. Did you need to head on out, or were you down for another sprint?
I can do another one. I'll probably have to leave after that one though.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks again, Maddie. I have actually both of them tagged down below in the description. So if you aren't already subscribed to them, they are awesome, hilarious humans. So definitely do that if you haven't. And yes, we're talking about The Shining. Yes. All right, so I'll get us. Bye, Maddie. I'll get us back to the Overlook Hotel. I have my little kind of ambiance going on over here. We do have some snow.
I like it.
Yeah, I know. It's a little vibe. It's the best I can do because I know some people like on sprints aren't big like sound people. I personally like some snow falling in the background and like a fire crackling. I love that. I feel the same about a lot of his books, and honestly, some seem very dated, even the iconic ones. Yeah, I could see that in a lot of books, the way he writes. I can't get past that. I was just bored in the first one. Boredom I cannot forgive. This is my first read of The Shining, and I'm loving it so far. I read Misery last year and loved it as well. Oh, I'm so excited to hear that, Lisa. I'm really loving it. I'm really into it. So I'm hopeful. I reread The Shining while listening to a Blizzard Sounds playlist and improved the experience. Blizzards, I love that.
It's cold in my house too right now, so I'm like, oh, I kind of feel like I'm there.
Oh yeah, I'm too warm over here. I need to like get cold. I need to have a sweater on, some tea. Maybe when I get to the hotel in the book, I'll change my my vibe. Alrighty, so I'll start us off for a 45-minute sprint, and we'll check back in after that.
All right.
Welcome back. I
Yeah,
got
it's just that one.
to, I know. I got to page 66, which is chapter 9. It's called Checking Out. So they just got to the hotel, like literally just got there. How far did you get?
I'm almost at the end of chapter 10.
Okay, gotcha. I am excited to get into the audiobook. I feel like that'll help because this book is like tall and a little thick. So I feel like there's a lot more in here than just like, oh my God, it's like 400 pages.
Yeah, the
Over
audiobook is
400 pages.
16 hours, I think.
I do not know what I think I got myself into. I'd like to know, Brooklyn, what are your thoughts on the last section you just read?
Well, I'm excited to get into the hotel vibes. I'm kind of nervous for them. Like, I know it's about to go down and how they're already going into it like very nervous, but not just like, oh no, like I'm a little bit nervous. It's like, oh no, we're gonna die, basically. So yeah, I'm nervous for them, which I know it doesn't go well because obviously this is a horror book. So
Yeah,
but
inevitable.
yeah, I'm interested. What about you?
I feel like I have a lot of dread, which is very enjoyable. It's also like funny to see just how delusional the characters are. Like they really think this is like going to work out for them. Like she mentions in the last section I read, the wife, she's like, well, maybe this is really good for us. Maybe this is great. This is all happening in her internal monologue. Maybe this is like exactly what our family needs. A little family honeymoon. No, no, ma'am. This is not what you guys need. Your husband is struggling with substance issues, and you are like, I don't know, codependent, having to deal with like mother-daughter trauma, and your son is like, I don't know, I just couldn't get over the birthing scene. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Oh my god.
I just don't know why they think this is a good idea. I really don't. They are
Oh,
delusional. So delusional. But I have an idea. My theory about Tony is that Tony is going to be a positive force. That's going to be my idea.
okay.
That's my theory. And I say that because I'm thinking, because I have this idea of like Danny is getting shown these things by Tony because um, he could like see. I feel like, I don't know, right? I could be totally proven wrong, but I feel like Tony's there to help him, kind of like as like a little Sherpa. And I'm thinking that maybe Tony's trying to make sure that like Danny doesn't go to the hotel, but yeah, he has no control over that. He's like a kid who can't even read yet. But that's my theory. That's my theory.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, like people who are watching were saying, it wasn't really explained in the movie. I don't know if they even said what was going on with Tony in the movie at all. I don't remember that part if they did. But I feel like he's some kind of like, I don't know, like entity or something. I don't know if he has good intentions or not. I don't know.
Gotcha.
But I could see your theory happening.
Yeah, I hope. I really hope, because I have so much like love and compassion for Danny, and it's really interesting to get both the mother's side and the father's side. I think that's something that Pet Cemetery didn't really do well, where I feel like I didn't have a lot of empathy for the mother in Pet Cemetery just because I wasn't getting that side of her, that internal monologue. And I love the section that's called the chapter that's called Night Thoughts. Do you remember that one? It's like when she's like laying in bed, the mother's laying in bed, and she's thinking about her whole marriage, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that chapter. I thought that chapter was really important for us to figure out like her side of things, because we have his side of things where he's like, I want to be like a good person, but I struggle with all this. And you know, he keeps thinking about like having like these thoughts about like, oh my God, like um am I lost my temper, right? Like, and then this bad thing happened, and then that bad thing happened. And I don't really see, like, I do really see the need to like show her side of things. I thought that was really important because it is um, deeply connected to like her relationship with her parents, how she acts in this marriage. I like that there is that brought up.
Mm-hmm.
It
I
didn't
like
feel
that.
random to me. What are you thinking about the wife and the husband in their relationship?
Yeah, like as you said, I like the how we get all sides of like what each character is thinking. And um I don't know, I don't want to say I like Jack cuz I don't, but like I don't get it either, but like I feel for him a little bit, you know, like he's trying, but he's like still terrible. Um Wendy, first of all, it's kind of a side note. Wendy, I didn't know was short for Winifred.
I know, same. I thought Hocus Pocus immediately.
Yeah, me too. I was like, I don't know. I was stuck on that for a little bit and I was like, okay, I need to focus. And then no, yeah, I'm liking her. I'm wondering why she didn't leave. I know like times are it's difficult to leave situations like that, but I'm wondering like, you know, we got a little bit of answers, but I'm wondering why she didn't.
Yeah, I
And
feel like it's deeply tied to her fears of like having to face her mother, who's like she's like stuck between these abusive people.
right, exactly, exactly. And I feel like Danny is advanced for a 5-year-old. I don't know. When I was a 5-year-old, I was not thinking all these things. I was thinking about playing with slime. I don't know.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that too. I was like, he doesn't even know how to read, but he like is so emotionally mature.
Yeah.
Makes him very compelling. Like yeah, I don't know. I did find it a little frustrating how he was in. I think I can understand the frustration of a parent, like your life's work being ruined by your kid that like has no concept of like how important that thing is. But I still can't get over that scene. It was like, I don't know. I think I'm holding that against Jack, just the way he treated his son in that moment. Like, that's like such a big character flaw, like such a negative trait.
Yeah, for real. Like what?
And that's when he was sober too. So I'm like, wait, no, it wasn't when he was sober. The situation at the school, that's what was done when he was sober.
Mm,
Trying to keep all my stuff straight. But Lisa is on page 311, chapter 25. You were zooming through it. I know you had read
same.
prior, and I still am shocked at how long this freaking book is. My God, I don't think I realized it. Mia read another 36 pages after doing dishes and making hot chocolate. Ooh, I want some of that. The winter vibes are immaculate. The characters are at a homestead in Alaska in December at a first snowfall. I love that. Have you been reading any winter setting books this month or the last?
um, I don't. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I'm reading after The Shining. I'm going to read The Writer's Retreat or The Writing Retreat. So I
Yay.
think that's like a snowy setting, and
It is.
I'm reading Lavona by Otessa Moshfegh right now, and it's giving winter to me, but I don't think it's set in winter. I think it's just dark. So other than that, I don't think so. Not that I can remember so far.
The
Are
writing
you?
retreat is good. Well, I'm starting like to do that. I am doing a little bit of that. The writing retreat's plot is really it does hinge on the setting. So I like that it's like a big part, the snowy, wintry vibes. It's important. Like you couldn't like place a writing retreat in a summer setting and the story be the same. So that's when I like a setting being that important to a story. You'll like the writing retreat. I think it's really good.
Okay, good.
I really enjoyed the movie The Shining. You guys are making me want to add the book to my TBR. Do it because it's really
Yeah,
good
I
so
say
far.
do it.
A little behind how to make dinner. I just got to the end of part one, or to chapter 8. Yeah, I just finished part 1 as well. I'm barely just starting on part 2. I like that you also find dread to be enjoyable. Yes, it's a good. I mean, it can be too much. Can be a lot where you're just like overwhelmed by it, but it's not the emotion I dislike when I'm reading. I feel like it's hard for me to read through something like gaslighting where I feel frustrated. That's an emotion I hate experiencing when I read. The like frustration. Ugh. Like, it's so sad. I felt so frustrated with Slewfoot that I had to like DNF it. I was like on chapter 2.
You DNF'd on chapter 2?
Yes, I did. And it's
That
like
is so funny.
I know it's on everybody's like top 10 books of 2023, and here I am like DNFing Slewfoot. I have to just accept it. It's not the right time. I'm soft DNFing it though.
Okay. Maybe in the fall or something.
It just everybody kept telling me on Instagram when I was posting about it how she doesn't really like have the good for her moments until the last chapter or so. And I'm like, no, I cannot go through this entire freaking book because I personally am just like in a place where I'm so frustrated at so many things societally that I just could not read that book. I don't know. It's not the New Year energy I need.
Right. I get that. No worries. Not mad or anything. No, really not.
I'll get to it. Okay. One of these days. I have a theory about Tony, and I'm trying to figure out if I'm just speculating or if I actually remember it from when I read it 10 years ago. It's funny, like I have a theory, but it's like actually what happened. That's so funny. Book Wendy is definitely better than movie Wendy. Okay, interesting point. I like can't imagine Sissy Spacek in this Wendy, like in the book. Like I'm having a hard time with like the book characterization and like what the movie scenes I've seen. So I don't know. I think the casting is interesting.
Yeah, I'm liking the book version better of Wendy as well.
Gotcha. Jack is a sympathetic character, even while behaving badly. I agree. You can just feel him wanting to be a better person and his mental health and addiction destroying his will to do so. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like this is like probably during a time, I'm trying to remember when this book was like written. It's probably during a time when therapy isn't the most like widely accepted thing, especially for men. 1973. Yeah, no.
Dang.
I know, and it's kind of hard to believe you like went cold turkey with like his drinking.
Yeah, for real.
That's really rough. I have the writing retreat on hold at my library too. Yes. So good, so good. Like Christine mentioned, it's snowy and it's really fun. It is super fun. And I like the characters. They're interesting and distinctive. Because there's like kind of a larger ensemble. And I feel like I was able to tell them apart and I was like listening on audio only. Book Wendy is definitely going through it. Oh my gosh, yes. She's in such a difficult position when it comes to Jack's track record and hoping he could change for her and their son. I can feel like there's a lot of love. Like she really does love him, but she knows that he's like not a good fit for her or as a father. But like, how shitty is it to feel like your son loves your husband better than you?
Yeah.
That
Oh
so
man,
fun.
girl.
I know. And her mom, that was the worst.
Yeah.
I think Jack is holding what he did to Danny against himself as well. Self-hatred is a powerful thing for Jack, I feel. Did you see that a lot? Like, you feel like he's like kind of, I mean, he is, Danny calls it like the bad thing. And I think the bad thing is like unaliving himself, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
trying to like wait, I thought he was talking about drinking alcohol when he said the bad thing. Because I thought he said Daddy isn't thinking about doing the bad thing. Or he could be talking about that unaliving himself though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because it's like a euphemism, and we're like in Danny's head at that point. So it's like his perspective, I guess he doesn't know what that is. I don't know. Or maybe he does, he just knows it's bad. Oh, okay. The bad thing is drinking. Oh, okay. Thank you all for setting that straight. I guess I was the only one in the room who didn't get that.
It's okay.
Thank you. I needed that. Thanks. Your spouse will DNFing super. I know. Trust me, I've never DNF'd a book. I've never started a book and not finished something that's like that popular. I cannot think of one like that. It wasn't a classic. Like I soft DNF The Haunting of Hill House, but I will be getting to that in February. Because I didn't have the physical, and I think I need physicals for classics. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh my god, I'm getting all my characters mixed up. Okay, Sissy Spacek is Carrie. It was Shelley Duvall, not Sissy Spacek. Sissy Spacek was I can't keep saying it. Too many S's. Yes, yeah, another S. But they look the same to me. I don't know. They're big eyes. I struggle with the casting of both Wendy and Jack in the movie as well. It's still a good watch. Yeah, I'm not imagining Jack Nicholson in this book. Are you? Like, is that the face that comes up?
No, they look completely different in my mind in the when I'm listening to the book than they did in the movie. I don't know why, because usually when I watch the movies first, I picture them, even if the character descriptions are different. I'm like, okay, that's not right. But no, they look completely different in my mind.
I'm imagining like a lot. Yeah, well, I guess Jack Nicholson. He's just like, okay. There's just some people who like always look old, even when they're like 20. That's Jack Nicholson. So just imagine somebody a little bit more younger looking in that role, because I feel like they're like, you know, these like yuppies that are like trying to be middle class or whatever.
Yeah, he does look older in that movie than what I'm thinking.
Because he's old now for sure. Shelley Duvall was honestly intolerable in comparison to the character in the book. Interesting. I'm really curious now to see the characterization in the movie of the wife. Very intrigued. Started reading the raw shark text that sprint. I think it's supposed to be like House of Leaves light. I've never heard of this book. Have you, Brooklyn?
Not the shark, raw shark text one. I haven't heard of that.
I haven't either.
Have you read House of Leaves?
No, I heard it's wacky and wild.
I DNF'd it.
That's a very popular book.
I know, I couldn't.
But I think it is more DNF'd and like kind of put aside than a book like Slewfoot that like the prose is way more straightforward, like the way it's written. House of Leaves is really daunting. I can't believe I just told my truth to the world. I was wondering when I was going to share that.
Speak it.
It wasn't that I didn't hate it. I just had too much empathy for the character. I couldn't. It's so tough. And I think also because like I'm a history teacher and like that's the stuff I teach quite a bit. I mean, not this year, but like just in general, like I study it a lot. So like I think it's just too much. Like I think learning history sometimes as like a very empathetic person that I am, it's like I don't have enough like protective barriers up to like just casually immerse myself in that story. It's kind of tough for me. I know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that.
I wish I had a good me. Yeah, it's drinking, but Danny's also said he's seen the word for unaliving himself too. Yes, yeah, okay, cool. So then I'm not totally off my rocker. And I think he even like brought out a gun or something at some point in the story so far.
How did I miss that?
I don't know, maybe I'm making it up. I feel like there was something in like a box, like he had like a shoe box and he like jacked a gun, like the gun out of it or something.
Oh.
Yeah. And
I don't know.
I have a theory that like the things that Danny are seeing, it's like what will happen later on. And that's like so scary.
Yeah, I think that too.
Okay, we have similar theories. I definitely picture the actors when reading the book, but I think that's because I watched the movie first. Yeah, that happens. That happens to me too. Which is why sometimes I want to watch the thing first and then read. But this one's just so different, apparently, that I don't know if it matters what order. Also, whenever you get to be wasps, I would look up a metaphor explanation for it since it's pretty important to Jack's characterization. Was this referenced in the movie at all? Do you remember seeing anything about wasps?
I don't remember, but it could have been.
Maybe something like there's wasps at the hotel.
Mm.
Oh, did you catch that she's blonde?
Oh no, I was picturing her as a redheaded woman.
Are you really?
Yeah, like with bangs and a ponytail.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Did they mention anything about that? I can't even remember. That's hilarious. I don't think you would like House of Leaves, Lauren. I don't think so. But I did really like episode 13. I gave that 4 stars. I hear people compare the two.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's hope for me. It's a wild one. I know it's divisive. I feel the same way about the casting of the mom in The Exorcist. Not how I was imagining the character at all. No. Not what I was imagining either. That was actually really odd for me, the characterization change. But I could see its uses, like why they would change it.
Mm-hmm.
Completely understand why you would DNF it. It was 5 stars for me, but it's so frustrating and tedious to get through. Yes, there we go. The people get it.
Thank you for understanding. It was a struggle.
It was. Oh, okay. So there was a gun scene.
Okay, good.
Yes. Jack sits on the bed and stares at a pistol for an hour. Yes, okay, that's what I remember. Yeah. And I guess sometimes in an audiobook, like you're not going to pick up everything.
Right. Because when that scene happened, I thought he was talking about a bottle of alcohol.
Really?
He did. Because did he say a gun? Did he, like, was that said? Or did he say, like, a name of it?
No, I'm pretty sure I saw the word gun.
Oh.
And then, like, I think maybe you even mentioned like the caliber, like I think it had like the specific kind, I want to say, if I remember.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah. I missed that.
It's all good.
But that's good to know, just in case it comes up later.
Yeah. Well, when you were listening, did you say you're like working on your journal, like a reading journal or something?
Yeah, but this I was earlier, but this last one I was making dinner.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
.38 pistol. Oh my god, you got this, Andy.
Coming in with the receipts.
I love it. Andy hated episode 13, 1 star for me. Don't hate me. No, it's all good. I don't think it would crack my top 10 for 2023 personally, but it was really fun. I thought it was interesting. I wish the ending was a little different, but I like subterranean horror, so that was fun. I like going down underneath the dark, streets. And this one had it, so I was like here for it.
It's on my TBR.
Okay, yeah, I think you'd enjoy it. Okay, Brooklyn, I have to know. As we wrap things up, and I'd love to know everybody as well where they're feeling about the book so far. Where have you gotten to so far, like chapter wise or page wise or whatever, like if you're in part 2? And then where are you at right now? Like, how do you feel? Are you liking it? Do you think you have an idea about star ratings? Anything you're concerned about? Anything?
Okay, well, I'm at chapter 10, almost done with it. And while I was making dinner, I texted my friend. I was like, I fear that The Shining is going to be a 5-star rating for me. So I feel like it has 5-star potential. I can't believe I am saying that.
Why can't you believe that you're saying that?
Well, because I don't know. I read I read Carrie, which I read somewhere online. It was probably someone's opinion. Now that I'm thinking about it, that was like his best book or whatever.
That's an opinion, yeah.
Oh, right, because it can't be. Okay, right. So I was like, okay, period. I'll read Carrie. Okay, and then, I don't know. So for me not to really like that one, I was like, okay, well, I'm never gonna like a Stephen King book. I don't know why I jumped to these conclusions so much.
Okay, so you like probably read like somebody's top 10 list of Stephen King books, and Carrie was like number 1. You're like, okay, well, I'm exploring his stuff. I'll start off with the best one, and then you're like, this was not good.
Yeah, yeah. See, I jump to so many conclusions sometimes. I don't know why I'm like this.
I
Right,
know
I
it's like
agree.
very, I think, typical, and it's also like very overwhelming. Like with a author with like a backlist like case, it's like where the heck do you start? And it's hard to like know ahead of time, like what the premises are going to be or trigger warnings, all those things. It seems like King's first book was Carrie. I think I read that somewhere, but I think it's very overrated. Is Carrie the one that he threw away and his wife was like really adamant about getting published? I feel like I've heard that story somewhere. And also, did you know, Brooklyn, that his wife actually, which I don't even know what her name is, but she's like actually an author.
Oh, wow, a whole family of authors.
Tabitha King, that is her name, Tabitha King. Yeah, and his son is Joe Hill, which I didn't know before I started reading Nosferatu last December that they were related. I was like, he's a Nepo baby, but I'm just kidding. Okay, you're not alone in not liking Carrie, because Carly here is saying that it's toward the bottom of her rankings too.
Good, 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 good.
Yes, so excited to keep rereading. Really enjoying it. I rated it 5 stars 10 years ago, so here's to hoping it stays in that place. That's like a really big place to be. I mean, like at a 5-star ranking, that's like really good. I hope it still stays that way, because that'd be unfortunate if it like drops. It's the worst on a reread.
What are
I
you
like it less.
predicting that?
I could see, let's see. I think it could be a 5-star. I really think it could be. I am just concerned about the length and pacing, because he doesn't have a good track record for that. So I think that if I can just relax myself and like breathe and say, like, Lauren, it's okay to just focus on this book for some time. You don't have to get to so many books. Like, that's my biggest issue, is like I get overwhelmed because like I want to read all these things at this time or whatever, for this book club or for this season. So I just have to say, like, it's okay to take time on a book. It's all right. It's my anxiety I have to manage coming out.
Uh-huh, I feel that too.
So I think it could be a 5-star if it keeps the pacing. And I'm really feeling good about it, because Maddie had said that the parts that we've been reading and really enjoying, those are like the more mundane parts. And the parts that come later at the hotel, she really loved. So I'm imagining it's only gonna get better from here.
Right.
Fingers crossed. That's the whole goal. Okay, you're in great company. Carrie is not great either. That's the one. Yeah, okay. So Carrie was the one that he threw away the story, and his wife was like, "No, this is really good. You should push to get this published or whatever." Okay, cool. Thank you, Carly, my king historian.
Yes, thank you so much. You really helped us out this stream.
I know. So many people were coming in and telling us, like, on this page and this line. He said he threw it away, and his wife dug it out and convinced him to publish it. Damn. I love the support. He was a teacher, and his wife pulled it out of the trash and told him to get it. I didn't realize he was a teacher first. That's interesting. So it's the character in the book too that we're reading, right? Nosferatu. No, oh my god, what am I saying? Nosferatu is a favorite of all time for me. Have you read that one?
I haven't. Have you?
Yes. I found it just like to have the pacing of King I don't really care for, and it didn't have a lot of like I don't know. I just felt like maybe I didn't have a connection to it. I felt it was like I don't think it's the kind of vampire that I like, or the kind of like blood creature. It just didn't grab me. But I can see it is very beloved. I'm in the minority. I'm on Outlier Island for sure on this one. For sure. It's very beloved. I wish I loved it. Books and Lala read a book for her 80s vlog by Tabitha King and hated it. That's so funny. I think I saw that one. She was like going through, I just saw the beginning of it. She was going through like magazines from the 80s to like figure out what they were reading in that decade. And then she like read the books. Such a cool video premise. Liz is in the middle of The Shining, studies in horror film, and it talks about Duvall's treatment on the set, making me rethink the entire film. I'm deep in the Shining rabbit hole thanks to these sprints. Liz, I just love you so much, because you always go like down these like film theory rabbit holes, and it's so cool because if you didn't know, Brooklyn, Liz is one of the co-hosts on one of my favorite horror podcasts. horror homeroom conversations. And it's really cool to like get like a film studies kind of conversation amongst the 3 people who like co-host it. It's just really cool. So I love that she always brings up other things because I like seeing behind the scenes stuff and like theories about like allegory and subtext and stuff. I'm like a subtext junkie. I love it so much. And so I want to check this out, The Shining, Studies in Horror Film. I wonder if that's a book or a documentary. That's really cool. Kubrick, the director, was so abusive and more or less tortured her on set. I believe she stopped acting for a while because of it. Dan, did you know that?
Yeah, I saw a TikTok on it. I see a lot of things on TikTok. I don't know what's true and what's not. So I didn't bring that up. But yeah, I saw a TikTok on that. I guess it's true.
Damn, yeah, because I did hear that she's had quite a like struggle with mental health, but I don't think I realized just how profound it was and how connected it was to Stanley Kubrick's direction of her. That's very coercive, because I think there's like a fine line when you're acting. Like, I want to have surprise in my actors, but like, I don't know, you don't want to like hurt them or like cause like emotional harm either, or mental harm. That's frightening. I think the slow pace is kind of necessary for this book to build that tension and uneasiness as you realize just how isolated they really are out there. I can get behind that. And right now, I don't think the pacing is slow. Do you feel like it's slow?
No, I don't feel like it's slow, but maybe just because I'm into it. I don't know. I don't feel like it's slow or anything.
Same. I feel like I care about the characters, and it's just giving me backstory, just enough that I need to really understand their dynamic as a family and all that backstory, like as them as like a couple too. I think in like Pet Sematary, the only book I've read by him, it felt like I was just getting too much backstory about things like of the town and like just random stuff. And I didn't feel like it was really necessary to the story. And I think at the core, I wasn't really invested in those 2 characters in Pet Sematary. Like, there wasn't enough there, enough complexity or nuance. Where I feel like the couple in The Shining, like, they have issues. And it's very clear they have issues with each other and themselves. And I find it fascinating. So I don't think the pacing is slow at this moment. I'm here for it.
Mm-hmm.
I love any reason to talk about King in the right place. A lot of his characters are teachers. I guess he's a firm believer in writing what you know. Exactly. It makes sense to come from that kind of place. I've seen it alluded to in a Kubrick documentary, but the intentionality of the treatment is so surprising. Yeah, I'm sure he has an awful track record as a director. What is with these directors being a-holes? Wasn't The Exorcist the same with crappy treatment? I did I watched it on a documentary. It was on Eli Roth's History of Horror series on Shudder. And there was one episode that they got into The Exorcist. And they did mention that there is like there's a lot of physical harm to the mother in one of the scenes in the room. And then the daughter in the movie, Linda Blair, I want to say. I think she like doesn't like to talk about it too much these days. I think maybe just talks about like the more positive stuff. But makes sense if like you talk about it for like decades. You're probably over it at that point. I don't know what to think about her abuse on set, because I've also seen interviews where she has said he was actually friendly to her and she valued the experience as an actor. So there seems to be some conflicting comments about it. Interesting, yeah, like how different points of her life, she's probably experiencing different things, or like, you know, things change. So maybe it's just complicated and, you know, a mess. I find it fascinating though. So we're in good places, potentially feeling like it could be a 5-star read if things go according to plan. I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling good. And I am planning on doing for sure a watch party for the movie in the last week of January. So kind of doing it like sprints to like kind of check in with people as we watch. And then also like if people wanted to read, they totally could read the book or something else, and just like kind of hang out and get reactions in real time. Easy for people to rewatch that too, because it's a lot less of an investment than reading this like 400+ page book. So if you're interested in that, Stick around. We'll have that. And then maybe if I'm feeling up to like sprints later on in the month, I'll just let people know on Instagram or on here on my channel as well. I have Brooklyn linked down below. She's hilarious. So definitely check her out if you haven't already. She reads very widely. She doesn't just read horror. So it's always nice to see somebody that's like reading other things besides that. But horror is my one true love. So there's that.
True.
Yay, watch party. And I don't have the date for sure yet for the watch party. I'll send that out on Instagram and YouTube as well once I figure that out too. All right. Well, thanks so much for hanging out with me, Brooklyn. And thank you everybody in the chat hanging out with us too. I learned so much. This was very informative.
For real. Yeah, very helpful.
Oh, yeah. I hope so too. Safe travels though, Carly.
Aww.
All right, friends. Well, stay warm out there. Have a wonderful new year. Feel free to DM me on Instagram when you have thoughts about The Shining and you want to chat. I am here for it. But until then, I'll see you all later. Bye.